Hi guys, welcome to my study live stream. Now the time is 12 o'clock 57. We began the study live stream last minute, so we're gonna start now. And I need to do a lot of important things, but I still need to clean the room and so on. So I really do not have that much time, and the life was all messes together, and that's why it is somehow impossible now to accomplish everything in a very clean manner. But I try to somehow do not converge that much other intentions in a very short time period. Like for example, during 3 hours and so on. During this 3 hours and 2 hours at least, without any bothering from outside world, just focus on the things which I should be done, and so on. And recently, I got a lot of things wants to share with you guys and to somehow not motivate, but because I don't think that I really have some thing really motivates and so on. But at least I got a new cup, and I am not showing yesterday in the live stream. Yeah. The energy from yesterday become very special, and I don't know the reason. And I guess the reason is obviously we should move to another place, and the energy could come from the one who I at least gonna meet in my personal life, so that absolutely I am not look forward to but somehow somehow it's very complicated complex to think about all these things together. And I got this from McDonald's, so that's really fun. So we have the movie today, this cup called I am not knowing what actually happened, but like the person which I could in some extent rely on is the one actually in the examination periods that which you can think of, like support your limits moments in the last struggle seconds, which you can rely on, yeah, and so on. But actually movie does not help me that much. I guess it's because his study is not fully in Germany, that's why now it's almost 1 o'clock. As usual, I will speak my thoughts while live streaming, and I prefer to speak English as well when it's necessary that I can also speak Chinese in my study live stream, and the German is also somehow preferred. But I don't think that's the study live stream will only distribute to a region um, that everyone can understand German. That's why I guess um, that's why I guess that it is possible, like for the live practice language, use German instead of English, but somehow in some extent, and someone will miss you. I absolutely asked for, because he is very much like my cousin, like the one the previously student apartment. So let's just do it quickly. And this is some tea which I might for later. Oh nine. I really don't know how to write it, and I don't have experience in writing those kind of SP. And as well, I don't think I will be admitted. That's why that's the main reason. And the time which I can set for this sample writing, I guess somehow okay, just let's ignore the phone call from. Because I am so afraid of that the conversation will be heard like yesterday. That's some private information I could save the in. Yeah, let's talk just less and speak right now. Start right now. So I will very much need celebration for the 5th abonnent in my YouTube channel. And that's very much joyful because you don't know when or got another new Apple that is naturally, not just those advertisement or some YouTube backstage and who bought the abonnent. So absolutely one thing at least need to be happy of. And so let's just quickly check the Twitter and so on. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Professor had before 21 minutes posted a new tweets, and within his two tweets that he introduced one old economist, I guess, Du Bois, and with reports and mentioned publications somehow about the university's online examination system. That's surprisingly very much like the system based in ETH, and that's amazed me at least in this sense. But whatsoever, and let's just keep moving. Let's write it. Um, hmm. Very much wrong. I don't know the reason. 好搞笑啊！好搞笑。 for example, myself.是 MIT 的。 果然不是一个人。 那还有一点时间。刚才我在尝试着看这个，但我就觉得，就我今天没有去学校吃饭，然后我感觉 very hungry。 果然是这样一个，为什么啊？我的天呐，感觉非常的恐怖。那我们就来写一写，然后改一改。它那个是这个怎么？不一样吗？那这个是。好，这个先看。 What?
Hold on. sort of embark on this venture over the years. So as mentioned, my main research focus on understanding authoritarian regimes, in particular on China, thinking about past work has been working on how the authoritarian regimes of China remain stable and what are the forces of change moving forward. And in the next couple of coming years, there's a number of ongoing projects I'm working on, which is to understand China's role in the world, how China exerts its influence around across the borders. How does the firm around the world react to China's emergence, react to the political uncertainty involves China's presence, which I in some sense I think very much following the talk we just heard. It's vitally important to understand the new global order that we enter now with a strong understanding of the domestic politics in China, with understanding of domestic economics in China. It's the first time for quite some time we see a authoritarian country enter at the frontier in the innovation and technology. It's the first time we see a country that exhibits both the as economic powerhouse, but a lot of fundamental features of a developing nation and developing nations challenged domestically. It's also the first time we see a global trading powerhouse that's not embodied a liberal democratic order, but a deeply authoritarian and increasingly so. I very much hope sort of some of my ongoing work and many of the work in this community will help us understand both the domestic politics in China and also how that's going to potentially shape the rest of us engaging with China. Thank you guys for this recognition. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, David. We look forward to all these great papers that are going to come. The next awarded prize winner is Dr. Nitya Pandalai Nair, professor at the University of Michigan. And she receives the Excellent Award in Global Economic Affairs associated with the Sauer Compressor Fellowship for outstanding research in international trade. And the significant role that trade and multinational firms play in transmitting shocks in the global economy. This obviously has strong implications for business cycles and a lot of other granular things. Nitya, congratulations. Here you go.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the Q Institute and also the sponsors, and of course, all of my collaborators and my mentors who've been fantastic in supporting me while I got here. I want to also thank my very supportive family and my 3 very young daughters who very kindly allowed me to leave for 4 days to get the prize. In fact, my daughter Maya asked me whether the prize was for excellence in reading or for excellence in math. So this is going to give me an opportunity to talk to her a little bit about what I actually do. So that's also fantastic. topic. So as requested, I'm going to talk. I've been working my whole career on understanding international fluctuations and how shocks transmit across countries, in particular with an emphasis more recently on the role of global value chains. Going forward, I plan to continue working in two specific areas. So the first, closed economy macro has made tremendous advances in understanding how agents' beliefs are formed, how agents form expectations, and how this impacts their decisions and results in and has implications for aggregate economic outcomes. International macro, on the other hand, has largely ignored these developments. And we still, to be very concrete, in international macro, we're still looking at TFP shocks as a driver of business cycles. We're studying the transmission of shocks through global value chains, which are very complex under the assumption in models that assume that agents know what is happening everywhere in the world, which is unlikely. So I plan to work on trying to expand, to bring some of these advances in closed economy macro into the study of international fluctuations, the transmission of shocks across countries. Second, I've been studying for a long time how global value chains link countries, and how the presence of global value chains implies that countries' economic outcomes are jointly shaped when shocks occur. But what I'm interested in studying now, and what I'm working on now and going forward, is understanding how these value chains themselves are adapting to risks, including geopolitical risks that have been mentioned at this conference extensively, but also risks like climate risk, and what this adaptation is going to mean going forward for how shocks transmit across countries and for countries' economic outcomes. For instance, you might think that if supply chains diversify away from countries that face significant climate risk, and these countries are also low-income countries, this could actually have significant implications for income inequality across the world. But I'm looking forward to working on all of these with the support of the Kiel Institute, so thank you very much again.
Thank you, Nitya, and congratulations again. Our next awarded prize winner, and let me remind you, by the way, we're going to have the calls for next year's Global Excellence Awards out soon. All you have to do to qualify is be no longer than 7 years after your PhD, and I think no older than 37, but I'm not 100% sure about that rule, and write excellent papers and sort of bring a new research agenda out there in your early years of your academic career. Our next awarded prize winner is Dimitri Mukin. He's a professor at the LSE and receives the Excellent Award in Global Economic Affairs associated with the Porsche Fellowship. There's no Porsche coming with it, but Porsche Fellowship. And for his outstanding contributions in international macroeconomics, especially on currencies, his papers on general equilibrium frameworks with dominant currency pricing have, I think that's fair to say, now become a benchmark in the literature. Dimitri, if I can ask you to come up, congratulations. So, yeah, Dimitri, we're keen to hear what you are going to do in the next few years. But congratulations again.
Thank you so much, Morris. Thanks so much to the Kiel Institute. It's a great pleasure, great honor to receive the prize, especially given that my co-author and advisor Oleg Ishoki and several of my colleagues at LSE and also many people in this room got this award before me. So it's it's a great honor. I also want to use this opportunity to wish to congratulate and wish best of luck to Kiel Institute, right, with this expansion, with setting new agenda. I think it's really important. It's a big public good, so good luck with that. So yeah, I'm supposed to say something about my future agenda. It's actually pretty hard, I think. So just looking back, I think what I learned in my limited experience in the profession is that you start somewhere, but you don't really know where you go. So one thing that I still remember is that after my first year at Princeton, I thought that one thing I will never do are these boring exchange rate puzzles. And then I took international course, and then we wrote the exchange rate disconnect paper with Oleg. So similarly, and again, it's kind of somewhat related to what we discussed yesterday. I was desperately searching for the topic for my job market paper, and then suddenly Gita Gopinath gives this amazing Jackson Hole speech in which she puts forward this concept of international price system. She kind of summarized the literature and then put forward some new bold hypothesis, and that kind of inspired me to work on the international topics on the international dominant currencies, right? Finally, we also worked with my co-author Konstantin Igorov, who is also in this room, on the implications of dominant currencies, right? And our conjecture originally was that that can rationalize why many countries in the world peg the exchange rate to the dollars, and eventually we wrote the paper which shows that it's robustly optimal to have inflation targeting even under dollar currency pricing. So looking forward, I think there are still many questions unanswered. I think there are two main challenges in this literature. The first one is that there were very few episodes, historical episodes, when
increase of the share of China from 22% of the import market share in the US down to 17%. So it's substantial. The decoupling has started between US and China, and it is at the benefits of Vietnam and Mexico. So for example, Mexico, what happens is that Chinese firms have invested and located productions in Mexico in order to benefit from the Made in Mexico label and also the absence of import duties. And so what has implied this strategy is the fact that import prices have increased. So there is a cost, of course. And in fact, Chinese firms still continue to export to the US. And this morning I learned that the export restrictions are very costly for the firms that imposes export restrictions. Now, if we look at the same graph for Germany, and these are very recent data, you see that the share of China has increased. So there is no decoupling between EU and China, between Germany and China, and this is the same thing for France. Now, I just want to say imports, US, German market share, import market share, and France, in France. So what I would like to finish with the strategy of Europe, because it's an identification of risky products. So what are the products for which we have a risk of descriptions of global value chains? And so the European Commission has defined a few criteria, 3 criteria, what products for which we have a concentration of extra European imports. Second criterion on importance in European demand, and third criteria in terms of possibility of substitutions by European productions. And so what we have done at CEPI is to look at this type of products. What are the products that respect these 3 criteria? So these are called dependent products. And it's from 1996, from 2019. So what we see from the data is the fact that there is no clear pattern in terms of number of products. It's around 300 products. There is no clear patterns in terms of sectoral composition. In fact, the list of products change from one country to the other. For example, half of the products that were identified as dependent in 2014 were not in the list of 2019. So there is a churning of this list. And the last fact is that the first supplier of these products is more and more China. So I think that the de-risking strategy is different in Europe from the decoupling strategy, but it can lead to trade decoupling. Indirectly.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for this overview. Meredith, over to you. Can we decouple from China? Should we decouple from China, or should we de-risk, or is this even not understandable? What is the difference between de-risking and decoupling?
Okay, so the way I'm going to answer the question is to start, first of all, with what are the policy objectives of the European Union in decoupling or trading less with China? And then are the policy tools available to the EU capable of helping it achieve its goals? And so just in my perspective, what are the policy objectives? So Europe has a sort of top line policy objective of mitigating climate change through reduction of carbon emissions, both within Europe and then externally. And more specifically, since September 2023, Mrs. von der Leyen explained to the European people that one of the policy objectives is the establishment of a clean technology industry in Europe. And that embodies some other objectives, such as trying to sustain employment, maybe energy independence, maybe there's some national security objectives in there. So in order to think through whether or not something like an electric vehicle import tariff on cars coming in from China can sort of feed into these European objectives, I want to go back in time and look at a case study of solar panels and the European experience with Chinese solar panels from 2012 to 2018. So for those of you who don't know, in 2012, the Chinese market share of solar panels in Europe hit 80%. So 7% of total Chinese exports to Europe were in solar panels. There was a domestic import competing producer who wasn't really happy with this high level of competition and the low cost of Chinese solar panels. They petitioned for import restrictions. Those import restrictions were granted, and they were imposed in the form of a price floor and a strict quota system. So Chinese exporters could sell a fixed quantity if they sold them at a price above what a floor was that was established by the EU. So this was essentially a transfer of rents from European consumers to Chinese producers. So 2012, so what the immediate effect was, the import value of Chinese solar panels fell by more than half. They stayed low. When the policy was removed, solar panel imports from China went right back up. There's really no large domestic production of solar panels in Europe anymore. So if the objective was to support, renaissance of a clean technology, that didn't really happen. If the objective was to make Europe more resilient in terms of rolling out more clean energy, unfortunately, that looks like, if anything, it was just delayed. And ultimately, Europe was just that much more vulnerable to oil price shocks and gas price shocks. So it seems like from that perspective, it was a very negative policy for European welfare. On a more positive note, you could say, okay, well, what led Europe to being in that sort of position in the first place? Solar panels are a technology that the cost comes down the more you produce. So it's a learning by doing industry. The German government understood this very well in the early 2000s. They had the goal of wanting to mitigate climate change, so they offered consumption subsidies in the form of high feed-in tariffs to people who bought solar panels and put them on their roofs. The problem with how this played out was those solar panel subsidies were really taken advantage of by Chinese producers who were also benefiting from production subsidies. So ultimately, the first stage European policy was helpful in getting Chinese industries down the cost curve. Globally, that had some benefits in the form of the faster the technology price came down, the faster we can roll it out globally. But it's a sort of mixed policy outcome. It seems like the import restrictions weren't great. And so if we think forward to future policies that Europe can be following, I'm not convinced that restricting imports of different technologies from China is always and everywhere a good thing. Clearly, there might be some things where there's this important national security concern. And if we're in that area, we have different objectives we're trying to achieve, and so maybe import restrictions are more valuable.
Well, thank you so much, Meredith. And you talked a lot about the green issue. And of course, the big question is, can we actually decouple in the green area from China at all, given how big the dominance of China is also in the whole critical infrastructure, critical raw material supply chains, where dominance is above 90% in many of the critical raw materials that are needed for the green transition, and where I think also the question is, do we want to decouple given how cheap it is that what China currently produces? Perhaps you just want to say one word on that dimension, and then I want to go to Moritz.
Sure. So I don't know how cheap it is. So the critical minerals are cheap if you want to purchase them in the United States or China, but they also have a huge environmental cost within China, which is borne by Chinese people, right? And so maybe we should be producing these things at higher cost in places like Australia, or even in the United States, which used to produce a lot of critical minerals. So I think it's complicated.
So it's an externality in China.
Yeah.
Moritz, perhaps now coming to you and enlarging again a bit the field. I think one key issue that we have to think about in the relation with China is, of course, Chinese financial repression and the very high savings rate that leads to basically a question where the excess saving in China is going to go to. For a long time, it's been going to the construction sector. That is over. That nice period. No more concrete can be built in China. Everything is already full of concrete, and the productivity there is extremely limited. Now, in principle, China should change the economic model towards more domestic consumption, but that means shifting economic power. So, are we going to see a surge in investment in manufacturing and a global export surge by China, which is going to put a huge pressure on the rest of the world to just absorb the excess supply from China? Well, and any other comments you have on the decoupling?
Right. I mean, it's really funny you say that, because we put out a piece this morning from the Kiel Institute on sort of the Chinese economic outlook, and I was there not long ago and can confirm what you just said. I've never seen the mood in China so bearish. Beijing and Hong Kong feel extremely depressed. If you talk to young Chinese, they say, I have no idea how this country is going to look like in 10, 15 years. There's even this new cultural phenomenon that's called lying flat, which is basically, instead of like this entrepreneurial spirit that dominated the young graduate cohorts in China so much, now like the young guys stay at home because youth unemployment is high and it's unclear whether all these efforts will pay off. So the perception, I found it striking, the perception on the ground in China is a very different one from the discourse we have in Europe. We're obsessed with Chinese strength. If you go to Beijing, there is a real concern about Chinese economic weakness. And part of that is what you just said. How do they deal with that? So I think they have two big issues. One is this gigantic property boom that went bust. And we know partly from the research that many people in the room have done, is you need to react quickly, you need to keep nominal GDP up, you need to reorganize the banks, and you need to do all of that reasonably fast before you get into these deleveraging cycles. And they're doing none of that. China is in deflation already. The public response so far on the financial sector is very underwhelming. And they're even about to repeat a very European mistake, namely imposing public austerity on the local governments at the same time as the private sector is deleveraging and the construction cycle has turned. So I think the growth outlook for China, and you said it, capital accumulation always runs into diminishing returns. That's done. The labor force is shrinking. So all they have left is productivity growth. And if you ask me, with the current leadership, their aversion to private sector reforms, the debt hangover from the property bust, I really don't know how optimistic you can be for productivity growth. So I came back thinking, yeah, if they do 2-3% over the next decade, it's already a success in terms of growth rate. But let me talk quickly about the panel, and because there are different ways of asking that decoupling question, which I think can come to very different answers. So, I mean, here in Germany, what we have all in mind is that Russia scenario from last year, where we, I think wrongly, but politically for sure, constrained ourselves in our response and our support for Ukraine early on in the war, because we felt that Russia would weaponize our dependence on them for gas. So I think many people are thinking now in terms of a potential Taiwan risk, that we want to reduce our dependence in China from China. So we have a free hand in foreign policy and security policy when we need to. So one question then is to ask, like, what are the, in the case of a war scenario, what would be the economic cost of a cold turkey hot decoupling? We say, like, here is full embargo on Chinese goods. We just don't trade with China anymore overnight. And we actually looked at this, and I don't know if Julian in the room, and Julian and Ben Moll and David Baquet. So we repeated that what if paper and used the same Gefei-FIONA model. and we're going to put it, actually it's going to come out at the Paris Symposium of CPR, so it's still under embargo, but I can give you the gist of it. And we find the costs are serious. We're talking about probably like 5% GDP, or welfare loss equivalent of GNE actually. And that's severe, but it's also not devastating. Yeah? But then what also comes out of these papers, and I think that's many of you in the room have worked on this, is that the time horizon matters a lot. So on impact, the costs are large, but if you have more time to adjust, trade elasticities increase, you can reroute the trade and the cost fall. So that's, I think, the background where many people think like, oh, de-risking or like a cautious decoupling is a smart idea because we buy some insurance in case things go wrong and we have to do the hard decoupling, it doesn't cost us as much. On the other hand, you pay away the gains from trade every year with certainty, and the risk of a war is uncertain. So I thought I had something smart to say, but then I found out that Matthias actually has a paper on this. As always, these Martin, Tönig, Meyer guys are ahead. And so then, and this is my last point, then the question then becomes, what's the optimal way to deal with this situation? And I think I don't have clarity, and I maybe give this also into the room and for the discussion later. I really don't have clarity on which effect dominates. So I think in what Matthias does, the key idea is always that if you reduce trade with China, you also reduce leverage on China, which means that the risk of conflict, the risk of war goes up because there's less to lose. But that's kind of exactly the opposite of what we had in the Russia-Ukraine case, where we felt constrained to help Ukraine because of the potential cost it would have on us. So I'm trying to find out if we really de-risk and decouple, what does this mean for the probability of conflict? So if we endogenize the conflict risk, does that go up or down with the decoupling? I think in the simple model where trade is good and pacifies, decoupling increases the risk of war. In that Ukraine scenario, I think had Russia anticipated that a less dependent Germany, less dependent Europe would have massively helped Ukraine, the probability of Russia attacking Ukraine would have gone down exactly. So I'm not sure which effect here dominates, and I think that's a fascinating question to think about.
Right, wonderful, and it's of course a different model, the Ukraine, Russia, Germany model to the one Taiwan, China, Germany, and I think it would be very interesting to do this indeed. And I mean, I have to say also this 5% point, I find that a very interesting point, because there is of course the question: does it make sense to preemptively forego the benefits of trade integration just for the sake of having less disruption in case something goes bad, right? And that's the question that, of course, many German companies in particular have answered to the no, basically saying, why should we go out if we make 40, 50%, 30% of our profits there at the moment? Let's set our business up in a way that if something goes south, we find a way of basically surviving, and then we take the hit on our share price. But until that moment, we continue making good money in China, which many of them are actually doing. So Janka, I know that you've been patiently waiting, and I could see how you were sort of moving around, getting nervous about many of the points that us dry economists were making. So please.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the kind invitation. I was born in Kiel and actually went to university there, so this is a sort of home game for me. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. It's really great to be here. Also, to be allowed to be here as a non-economist. And for Guntram telling me I have to be a bit rowdy because economists need that. So I will try to do that. First of all, I would like to say it is a bit funny to think about the fact that we would have a choice here. It's like we can sit here and we can debate, do we want to de-risk? Do we want to decouple? What is better? What is the right sizing of this? While this is already happening live as we speak, all of this is ongoing already. China is decoupling from us and is leaving us very little options. And at the same time, our de-risking strategy is going to be very much dependent upon China's answer. At the moment, it means whenever we de-risk, China's risk goes up, and they don't want that. And whenever they de-risk, our risk goes up, and we don't want that. So it's a pretty zero-sum logic that is at play here. And it also means that if we say we want this industry-led, that whenever we want to enforce our companies to engage in de-risking, the Chinese government is going to make nice offers to these companies companies to do precisely the opposite because they have absolutely no interest in these companies doing just that. So I would like to go back to some of the kind of baseline premises that we look here about the nature also of the Chinese leadership. Let's maybe take a quick look at what Xi Jinping says he wants, because that's a good guidance for what China's leadership wants. So basically, it's about putting China center stage. It is an acknowledgement that a headwinds ahead, that Chinese people will have to eat bitterness and struggle to get there, that it is a decisive aim to make the world dependent on China while being less dependent on the world, that politics trumps all and the economy has to follow the political decisions. And it is in the end about stripping the US of its capabilities of weaponizing the American economy against China to avoid this from happening. So I think this is a pretty clear-cut case of what the Chinese leadership wants. If you add the economic malaise that I think, Morris, that you've kind of pointed out to that, that's a pretty potent mix because it puts us in a position where kind of the idea that China could achieve this in a friendly way with us, that we could all de-risk a little bit and get along nicely, somehow doesn't work out anymore. So we're in a situation where now we have to tackle one of our other illusions, and that is one that has been kind of in the economic field very prominent. China needs stability to grow. China has no interest in conflict because it is a growing economy. It wants to kind of benefit from the peace dividend in the region and wants to trade with other countries, and that's true. Well, that is no longer the case. China is the biggest beneficiary of chaos at the moment. And it's not only the biggest beneficiary of chaos at the moment, it is actually what I would like to term the great enabler. It is allowing these conflicts to happen and is actually fueling them. If you look at the trade figures between China and Russia, you can see what I mean in terms of allowing that war economy to actually sustain itself. It is about financial transfers to Iran. It's about Venezuela. It's about Zimbabwe. It's about all these places where instability is actually beneficial for China's strategic aims. And this comes to the point that the economy is subordinated to that. So as a regime that is willing to sacrifice the wealth of its people, growth, for political aims, because it understands that it is a period of time that one has to go through in which relative gains are more important and in which the cost you can inflict through chaos upon Western economies is very high, and therefore the relative cost for China is lower, and therefore it improves the strategic position in a larger struggle, is very much at the heart of the problem. And if I am allowed, I would just make one point on the EVs, because I think that's a really important case here. Because Meredith, I would very much agree with your kind of analysis of the solar case. But electric vehicles are inherently a huge national security risk. If they were a trade problem, I would be very happy and sleep nicely. Unfortunately, these cars are training for automated driving, have sensors for facial recognition, have full kind of surveillance capabilities, are connected directly to their producers, and we are going to face a glut, exactly as you have kind of said. You know, we're having this glut of production. Manufacturing is the only growth-producing sector. You see the roll-on, roll-off ferries that will produce all these products. The US market is close to them, Japanese market's close to them, Korean market's close to them. The absorption capability is here in the European market as long as we remain open. If we remain open, we create not only a trade risk to our car companies, but we actually create a huge national security risk in an unregulated space where we don't have the regulation in place yet on what exactly these cars can or cannot do in a European market. And it's different from a 5G scenario in which you have 3 operators to deal with and you can rip and replace at any point in time. Once these cars are in the market, they're in the hands of consumers and you can't take them away from consumers anymore. So I would say we have a lot of work to do at the moment in figuring out the combination of the national security challenge and the economic challenge that China poses to us. But it's not a question whether we like it or not to decouple from China. I think we're right in the midst of it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And I think that was a sort of good sort of waking up to some economic thinking. But let me push you on one point, and then I want to throw one point that you made at my fellow economists. So let me push you on the point of China is a beneficiary. Of course, I see some areas where it is a beneficiary of chaos. But given the economic situation in China and given the unwillingness of the Chinese leadership to distribute economic power and rents to the consumers, which clearly they do not want to do, because if they were to do it, it would shift also political power. And that they don't want, right? So they want to sit on the resources and do the financial repression and keep the saving rate at close to 50% and all of that. Given that, they need the rest of the world to absorb their excess manufacturing capacity. And that's why President Xi goes to San Francisco and is playing nicely with President Biden. So they need the global order to absorb the excess capacity, don't they?
They don't need order to absorb the capacity. They just need us to continue to do trade with them. And I wanted you to make that point because I find that one particularly great. This is the point for banning Chinese electric vehicles right now. Because what you could argue, and I just want to make that as a provocative point, I'm not sure we're not going to do that, but provocatively, you can say now is the time, now or never. Right now, the Chinese economy is in a pretty bad spot. Right now, what we call the overcapacities, where we need absorption capacity, are just an overcapacity with nowhere to go if the markets are closed. That creates huge economic pressures on China and actually may change the logic on the Chinese end. Only if there's hard pressure coming also from the previous open markets can we actually achieve that. And I think this is a case for, and I think it's a really strategic question right now that we have to ask ourselves. Do we want a continued careful mode? Or do we believe that right now is actually a moment where fortunately time is on our side for 1 second, and we want to make use of that with kind of decisive measures right now, because that's actually something that could enhance the pressure and could potentially lead to change, which otherwise is not possible at all. I know that's a bit provocative, but I wanted to throw it out there.
Well, I mean, so the old saying "Wandel durch Handel," you change it by saying no trade is might actually trigger some change in China. But let me get my fellow economists react to perhaps some of what you heard. In particular, I mean, I think one particularly interesting dimension is the security dimension. Are we able to sort of decouple in security relevant areas only, and that perhaps EVs is part of that? Is that the right strategy? Or, I mean, any other point you want to pick up? Perhaps if we do the same order again, Antoine?
Yeah, just very rapidly. I think that, yes, I think the idea, and it's good that we decouple only in sectors where there is a national security issue. Because it's really important not to decouple in every sectors, because it would be very, very costly. And I think that Germany supports this idea even more than France. The other thing is that I think that, of course, China has shifted its strategy, and now it gives the priority to economic control, but it also needs some economic growth, even if there is problems of distributions of these gains. And I think that the exports to the US, there is a starting decoupling. And so there is a big concern in the China concerning the US market. And the EU, there is no decoupling today. And maybe it means that we've got a lot of leverage, because China needs the European market to export more.
So I think my thinking on how we should govern these questions has evolved a bit. So I spent a lot of time thinking about the World Trade Organization, how we organize international trade rules. And I used to think we should have one set of rules that covers all industries. And I now think what we've observed over the last 20 years with all of the conflict playing out in the WTO and the US withdrawal from most WTO practices, that we probably need sector by sector agreements, because different markets have different market structures. And I agree with Janka's point. So solar panels, my understanding is, are technologically not that complicated, but also it was a learning by doing industry, and Europe didn't put the import restrictions on until costs were pretty low already. And a contrast would be back in 1982, the US had a terrible, bad automobile production facility. We were importing tons of cars from Japan. We were laying off thousands of workers, and the industry asked for protection from the US International Trade Commission. US ITC said, under WTO rules, you guys don't qualify because all the problems you have are your own making. You mismanaged your industry for the last 15 years. But the next step was Ronald Reagan said, well, we need Morning in America and industrial renewal. He put on a very restrictive quantitative measure on the import of Japanese automobiles. They were in place from 1982 to 1984. In 1982, the price of a Japanese auto in the US was about $5,000 US. By 1985, the price had risen to $8,000. And of that $3,000 price increase, About half was a quality improvement. So the Japanese were smart. They knew that they were on a quantitative restriction. They could make more money by offering a more lush vehicle. But the other $1,500 was like pure rents that went to the Japanese producers. Economists have long said this was a disaster of policy for US consumers because they had to pay so much money. But another side to that story is if what you wanted
find themselves stuck in jobs that they don't actually enjoy, or even worse, jobs that drain their energy and grind them down. And when we spend so much time at work, this is a big problem. Because not only do we feel like we are wasting our time at work, we can feel like we are wasting our whole lives. And we can often feel really stuck. We need our jobs in order to make money and survive and do all the things we actually want to do, but it comes at the cost of our happiness. So trying to pick a job that you actually enjoy can seem impossible at times. But what if I told you that there's a way to build a career that you find meaningful and fulfilling without the need to upend your life? A little while ago on my podcast Deep Dive, I interviewed Helen Tupper, a career expert who's written a book called The Squiggly Career, which is all about helping people break free from the corporate ladder and find new possibilities at work.
It's about not being limited by a ladder, not thinking that the only way is up and that the only destination in terms of success is becoming more senior. Once we get rid of those constraints, it's actually quite liberating for people.
So in this video, we're going to talk through 7 tips and insights from Helen to help you really think about where you want to go in your career and how to actually get there. Let's get into it. All right, so tip number 1 is to unplug autopilot. One of the biggest problems we face when trying to find a career we actually enjoy is the fact that we don't actually spend much time thinking about what it is that we really want.
We don't necessarily reflect for very long, unless you read the book, on things that make you happy, the things that motivate and drive you. So we make quick choices. We sort of bounce around from one job to the next, hoping that we will find out what makes us happy once we've got there. And I think if we could spend a little bit more time reflecting on what makes us happy before we get there, then we can make better decisions about our development.
So lots of people are just on autopilot. We go to school and then university and then get a job. And school and university don't leave much room for self-reflection. Often we're stuck living with the decisions we made as teenagers before we had any real experience of who we are and what the world is like. And if we don't like it, we switch and then switch again and again, or get caught up trying to climb the career ladder.
I have finally decided who I want to be our new senior vice president of students. It's me. What do you say?
So if we want to be happy, we actually have to sit down and think about who we are, what we want, and what we find fulfilling. You need to unplug autopilot and take control yourself. This doesn't have to be your ultimate fantasy, like becoming a musician or building the next big company, but instead you can think about the smaller details. You can ask yourself some questions to figure out what you want, like, do you really enjoy helping people? Are you motivated by having autonomy and freedom? Is it important to you that you work in a friendly environment? If you spend some time reflecting on these things before you make another career jump, then you're more likely to make choices in line with what you really want. All right, so tip number 2 is to play the value game. So the values game is a way to figure out exactly what your core beliefs and needs are when it comes to work. Now, Helen and I did this together, and it was really impactful for me because it helped me see exactly what I need and want from my career. You start out by asking yourself these questions. If you could create your perfect team, what kind of qualities would the people on it have? If you're designing your perfect day, what sort of work are you doing? Where do you like to work? And this doesn't mean the buildings, this means the kind of culture and atmosphere that you find at your job. For example, for me, I know I like to work with people who are energizing and entrepreneurial, but who are also fun and friendly. And my ideal day involves some learning and also some teaching, because those are the things that really give me energy. And because I like to work with friendly people, it's important that my company culture is chill and positive. And when I did this exercise with Helen in the podcast, she could see what kind of things were really important to me.
I like to listen out for particularly what I think are sticky words that other people don't say, because then they're more meaningful and memorable to you.
Yeah.
Where it's not like I've ticked it off a list. I don't really want people to just go through a list and go, oh yes, I've got a value of ambition and I've got a value of this. You might have it, but let's talk about it for a bit longer. What does that word mean to you? Because if I can find sticky words, it's more likely to stick with you, and then you're more likely to use it when you're thinking about your career.
So once you've found your keywords, you can start playing them off against each other. So let's say your values are curiosity, ambition, honesty, and perseverance. You can ask yourself, what's more important to me, curiosity or ambition, honesty or perseverance, perseverance or ambition, ambition or honesty. And in trading or exchanging your values, you can see which one comes out on top. And you only need a handful of values, but figuring them out can help you see what kind of roles are really going to be the best for you. Now, if your dream career is to be an entrepreneur, or if it's anything involving business or finance and tech, and you're going to want to check out Morning Brew, who are very kindly sponsoring this video. Morning Brew is essentially a completely free daily email newsletter that updates you on everything interesting that's going on in the world of business and finance and tech, and also world news. But it does it in a really entertaining and engaging and very not boring kind of way. Now, back in the day, I used to spend a lot of time scrolling randomly on news websites and stuff. But these days, Morning Brew is my primary source of news because I know if I just read it every day, it takes a few minutes with my coffee in the morning, and that updates me on basically everything I'm interested in. And so, for example, Morning Brew is how I'm personally keeping up with all the AI stuff that's going on. And it's also really helpful for seeing what trends are in the market and also on social media. And that helps drive the things that we do as a business. There are over 4 million professionals reading Morning Brew every day, and it is 100% free. It takes less than 10 seconds to subscribe. And if you don't like it, you can unsubscribe anytime. And if you sign up using my link down below, which is again completely free, then you're also supporting the channel. So there's no reason not to do it. So if any of that sounds good, then do please head to the link in the video description or go to morningbrewdaily.com/Ali. You can sign up completely for free and get the next issue tomorrow morning. So thank you so much, Morning Brew, for sponsoring this video. Let's get back to it.
Skip the shiny objects. So Helen describes shiny objects as things which can make a job look super appealing, but don't actually make you happy.
It's surface level stuff. So it's grades, like when you're in large organizations, it's I'm at a B level and I could get to the C level, and we kind of get very attached to grades. It's shiny objects, like literal ones, like cars. Like I once took a job because of the car it came with. Definitely. And I remember sitting in my shiny car thinking, I'm not sure this job's really making me happy, but I'll just put the radio on in my car.
Shiny objects can be things like status or a
Very
fancy
much,
job title or even a big salary. These are all things that might
because
seem
the
like benefits,
grade
but can
you're
distract you
presenting
from
as
the
we
fact that your
can
daily
see
life in that job
wash
is not fulfilling or
and
even might be
full
miserable.
spread.
If you focus on your values, the things that are truly important to you and that you want to be known for, you're more likely to avoid the trap of a shiny object career. And actually, figuring out what you want to be known for is a really important step in figuring out your career. And this doesn't have to be something you're good at yet. It can be a new skill you want to learn or a reputation or personal brand that you want to build. But to do this, we need to understand another really important part of Helen's philosophy, which is to switch your strengths. So normally we understand a strength as something you're good at and a weakness as something you're bad at. But Helen has a completely different idea. She describes strengths as things that energize you, and weaknesses are the sorts of things that grind you down.
So strengths being the things you're good at. Actually, strengths are the things that give you energy in the work that you do, even if you're not great at them yet. So when people think they have to be good at something or they have to be great at it for it to be a strength, they start sort of dismissing it and they go, well, I'm not as good as Ali as it, so it can't be a strength because obviously it's your strength, but I'm not as good as you, so it can't be my strength. And you get into all this stuff. So if our starting point for strengths is just strengths are the things that give us energy, it's a kind of easier starting point. It's the weakness thing I just want to really reflect on for a little bit. So weaknesses are the things you do that take your energy away when you do them, even if you are good at them.
So let's say you're really good at data analysis. You understand spreadsheets inside out, and you're really quick with numbers, but you absolutely hate it. Every minute just drags by, and even though you produce the results, it's a painful process. But on the other hand, you might really love talking to people and starting up conversations. You might not be good at it yet. You could be a bit awkward or fumble your words sometimes, but this is the thing that really energizes you and makes you feel excited. Now, in this case, you want to focus on what you enjoy. Even though you're good at data analysis, it's actually a weakness here because it's draining your energy. And even though you might be bad at it, sharing your ideas with others and talking to people is actually a strength using this framework. Now, I really like this way of looking at strengths and weaknesses because it helps you see that work shouldn't just be about outcomes, but how the job makes you feel. Because that's important too. We all want to do well at work, but it doesn't have to be painful. Oh, by the way, in case you have not yet heard, my book is about to come out. It's called Feel Good Productivity, How to Do More of What Matters to You, and it's a book that I've been working on for the last 3 years. Now, it's being published at the end of December 2023, but pre-orders are actually available. And I know people don't like pre-ordering the book, but if you do pre-order the book and you email me your receipt, you will get completely free access to a live exclusive event that I'm hosting the first weekend of January of 2024. And this is a live online workshop all about annual planning, goal setting, and reflection. And so I'm going to be facilitating a group with hopefully hundreds of people from all around the world, and we're going to be going through how to figure out what to do with our life and how to turn that into goals for the year, how to build systems, and how to be consistent with stuff, and how to make sure that we are enjoying the journey along the way. That is purely exclusively available for people who pre-order the book as a thank you for our little community. So if you want to check it out, you can check out the book. You can maybe consider pre-ordering it. The link will be down in the video description. So now we've talked about all the internal work that can help you figure out what you want from a career. How do we actually get there? And Helen's advice here is that you need to be career curious. So you may think that if you're unhappy in your job, you need to make some kind of drastic change, like quit the company or start something brand new, or even go back to university and get an MBA or train in a whole new field. And sometimes that will be the right choice,
But most of the time, we can make much smaller changes to our career to be way happier. And basically, you need to know what your options are.
The skill here really is to be proactively curious about your career. And you can do that in lots of different ways. What I often suggest as a starting place here is that people go and explore for specific possibilities. Like, and I don't mean apply for jobs. That's the exact opposite of what I'm saying. I'm saying I want you to go and talk to people and get closer to these career possibilities. So 4 that I'd recommend people have a look at. The obvious career possibility. So we all have a move that probably makes squiggly sense. Like when I was at Microsoft, it was my manager's job. Like that's what people thought I should do, and it seemed sensible to do. Now I run my company. The sensible move for me to make is actually just stay in my job because it's growing. My company's growing, and so I will grow with it. That's the sensible move for me to make. The reason I want people to explore this one a little bit more is because a lot of people assume that because it's obvious, it's the right move for them to make. So they take on their manager's job, or they go for that promotion because they're currently a junior and they should be a senior, and all those kind of things. Or I just stay in my role because it's obvious that it's growing and I should stay in it. And actually, maybe that role doesn't actually need what you want to be known for, back to strengths. Maybe that role doesn't align with the things that really drive and motivate you, back to your values. So it'll be a good fit for you if it fits with your values and strengths. If it doesn't, then it might look good on paper, but it's not going to be good for you. And so we only know that stuff when we talk to people who are in those positions. Maybe we find time to spend time in those meetings. We're observing it from a slightly different perspective.
If you think you want a new role, see if there's something you can take on where you already work. Try and branch out a bit and share your skills more widely. And most importantly, actually have conversations with people who do the job that you're interested in. For example, if a sales position opens up in your company and you want to take it, actually ask the sales team what the job involves. If it means you have to give weekly presentations, for example, but that terrifies you and it drains your energy, it might not be the best role for you. Or if a role in marketing comes up, which seems really boring on paper, but when you talk to the people doing it and you find you have loads of freedom, autonomy, and creativity, then it might actually be a great job for you. So instead of looking straight up the ladder, you can look across at other roles to see what's available. And most importantly, ask questions and have conversations so you don't just jump from one job to another without finding anything really fulfilling. But to do this, we also need the next skill, which is to help people help you. Now, a lot of people are really put off by the concept of networking. When I think of networking, I think of a bunch of people in fancy clothes, standing around drinking cocktails, and all laughing and joking with each other. Everyone's trying to get ahead and promote themselves, which is something a lot of us hate doing. It seems like a club that I don't belong to. But I think the truth is that most people genuinely want to help, and if you ask them the right way, they're probably going to be willing to lend you a hand. Now, here is Helen's advice on how to find a mentor who can help you get ahead in your career.
And then when we're making that request for that person's time, I think the way that we articulate that request is really important. So this is where we get to the kind of the why I'm coming to you. So let's say you have got investment experience that I would benefit from. I might say, one of the things that I'm really focused on is amazing gifts growth and impact. And one of the ways that I think we can do that is by investing in other people's businesses. I know that that is something that you have done before, and I think you've got a lot of knowledge that I can learn from. Would you be prepared to spend half an hour with me just sharing the insights that you got so that I can use that to inform the things that I'm planning to do? And
like, oh yeah, of course.
If I'd just gone to you and said, will you be my mentor? Like
that's like a recurring commitment on my time.
Exactly.
I don't have time. Like, come on, like, who are you?
Yeah.
You know, that kind of thing.
Who are you? How much time do you think I actually have? Like there's no, it's too hard. We don't want to make it hard for people to help us. We're people helping people. I want to make it as easy as possible for you to help me.
So as long as you're polite and friendly, most people are going to want to help you if they can. And another top tip here is to always follow up with mentors. If they suggest that you try something, give it a go and then report back. People really like to feel like their time and advice has been worthwhile. But networking is made so much easier when you have that final skill that will help you pick a career that you really love, and that is collective confidence. Now, I've spoken a lot about confidence on this channel before, but one of the things that Helen says about confidence has really struck with me, and that is the idea that every single person struggles with confidence. She calls our confidence problems confidence gremlins, the little voices inside our heads which hold us back. Everyone has their own gremlins. They might tell you that you're not smart enough for a job, that you're too young or too old for a job, or that you're a bad public speaker, or you're bad at maths and numbers. It could literally be anything. But the important thing is to remember that everyone has these worries. Every single person struggles with confidence, and with collective confidence, we can all lift each other up.
I think with confidence, the first thing that's really important very often is for people to know that they've got a gremlin and know that everybody else has too. It's so often we're like, oh, I just think I don't know enough and I'm going to get found out. But like most people have those kind of thoughts, and it doesn't really matter how senior people are or what position they're in. Most people have some kind of confidence gremlin that gets in the way of their growth. And I often find when we're doing like Squidby skills sessions that it's this moment of like realization. I was in a room recently with a group of lawyers, and I was thinking, are they going to be open? It was a group of lawyers talking about confidence, and I was like, are they going to be open to talking about this? And we talked about the confidence gremlins, and I got everyone to put their hands up every time they identified with one of the gremlins, and they were putting their hands up in the room, all obviously looking at each other in the room, and then we went through all the 10 most common confidence gremlins, and I said, and what does this all make you think? What, you've just seen each other put your hands up, what does it make you think? And they were like, oh, we've all got gremlins. And then they all sort of laughed. And then it was like this relief. It was like, oh, I'm not the only one.
So when you're thinking about your next career move, take a moment to remember that even the most qualified people have doubts and anxieties. So don't let those doubts and anxieties hold you back from going after a job that's going to make you happier. Everyone around you is experiencing a similar thing. And collectively, we can all help each other reach our goals. Because it's really not worth missing out on some great opportunities just because you're too scared to go after them. If you like this video, you're going to absolutely love the full episode that I did with Helen. You can check that out by clicking the link right over here. So thank you so much for watching. Have a lovely day, and I hope you managed to figure out what to finally do with your career.
Doing something to Taiwan, but leveraging European trade and the welfare effects of a decoupling as a weapon for us not to come to the rescue or aid of Taiwan. So there's a lot of things that I think in this whole de-risking decoupling strategy question we need to think about.
So let me make two little points. One on Chinese retaliation, always think asymmetric. Very likely is that China will not retaliate against the German car industry because it doesn't have any better lobbyists in Europe at the moment, and actually creates jobs in structurally difficult regions in China because all of the employees of the German car companies are Chinese employees, so that makes no sense. But it would be totally sensible to retaliate against French wine and cheese and create European frictions around these, that's how I would think about retaliation. And the second point is, China is enabling the Russian war efforts at the moment. And if you saw the news today, the attack that the Ukrainian special forces have done on the train line between China and Russia, this is Ukraine taking de-risking in its own hands. It's pretty effective if you actually just do that. I think we should avoid these kinds of scenarios because this is exactly trying to stop flows of goods going into Russia that we are not effectively dealing with at the European end and that the Ukrainians are now dealing with in their own style.
Wonderful. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
Barbecues for blankets and bonfires. And with that, the music changes too. So let's ease you into the fall with the next hour something of instrumental bliss. So stay warm, stay cozy, and most of all, stay chill.
For our planet. The actions we take here will resonate for generations, proving that when nations and people unite in a common quest for peace, progress, prosperity, and sustainability for all, we can surmount any obstacle and create the future we want. Let's get it done. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this brings us to the end of the ceremonial opening of the high-level segment. Allow me to please ask you all to remain in your seats to allow our guests to leave the podium before we begin the delivery of national statements. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, honorable guests, I now declare open joint second meeting of COP28, CMP 18, and CMA 5. Today, heads of state and government will deliver their respective national statement. I'd like to inform you, Your Excellencies, of actions in place to ensure effective time management. There is a 3-minute time limit for statements during the high-level segment. Statements should be as concise as possible, noting the full texts of the official statements will be made available on the UNFCCC website. And finally, please note that heads of state or government who are not in the plenary at the time for delivery of their statements will be scheduled to speak at the end of all statements of the same category. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, honorable guests, the United Arab Emirates is delighted to welcome over 170 heads of states and government. Your presence here today is a testament to the milestone nature of this COP, to raise our shared ambition over this critical decade to keep 1.5 within reach. Success is underpinned by your commitment to take meaningful and tangible steps to address the climate crisis by implementing and achieving the long-term goals of the Paris Agreement and the ultimate objective of the Convention. It is essential that we expedite efforts towards implementing climate action. With political will and commitment, we can and must deliver an outcome in the United Arab Emirates that will allow for all of us to be proud of. Allow me now to ask everyone to get ready for us to begin. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, President of Egypt. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, and my dear brother, Your Royal Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the UAE, heads of state and government, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me pleasure at the outset to congratulate the United Arab Emirates on presiding over the 28th Conference of the Parties of the UNFCCC. I commend the exquisite organization, and I express my full confidence in the UAE's ability to achieve the goals of this conference. Like COP27, COP28 is taking place amid dangerous and grave political challenges that are no less dangerous than climate change, which requires of us political leaders to work diligently and sincerely to make sure that our conference reaches ambitious results and that contributes to the implementation of previous undertakings. As president of COP27 and Father Sheikh and a country directly impacted by climate change, Egypt is well aware of the importance of reinforcing collective work to address the challenge of climate change and to guarantee eco-friendly development to preserve planet Earth for coming generation and to address the present impacts of climate change that exceed the capacities of countries, including or especially developing countries, to cope with them and their impacts on the different sectors of development. Ladies and gentlemen, our responsibility is to reaffirm that we are committed to implementing the procedures that we have agreed on, in line with the Paris Accords and in line with the state of the art of science, and in pursuant to the principle of responsibility of all countries. It is important to underscore the principles of equity, just transition, collective but differentiated responsibility as precepts of multilateralism. In Sharm el-Sheikh, we have rolled out many initiatives that would contribute to achieving our aspirations in this regard, including the creation of a loss and damage fund for developing countries, and the just transition work program and the emissions reduction work program. We have also paved the way to a global goal for adaptation with climate change. In this framework, I'd like to express my appreciation of all of you in view of the results that we have seen this year and the discussions on the just transition or the emissions reduction work program in the sectors of energy and transport. We have also reached recommendations to operationalize their financing arrangements for developing countries, and we have also operationalized the relevant funds. The success of these efforts, however, hinges on the adequacy of financing and the funding arrangements in place, which necessitates that we have a joint view, including recommendations that would lead to the operationalization of all of these arrangements and to provide the necessary funding. Ladies and gentlemen, the achievement of all of these goals is possible if we work together in a spirit of cooperation and participation. Therefore, we call on the international community to take more ambitious steps in COP28 in Dubai and to expand the participation of communities and to refrain from any unilateral acts that only serve self-interests. And I look forward to more results from COP28, including a reinforced international framework for cooperation and to provide technical and financial support for developing countries. In conclusion, Egypt is committed to addressing the challenge of climate change, and I'd like to issue a global call to all parties to provide full support to the kindred country of the United Arab Emirates to guarantee that COP28 in Dubai would reach historic results that would reaffirm to all peoples of the world that we are determined and able to save planet Earth, the home of our life and the future of posterity. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Majesty King Abdullah Ramzi, King of Jordan. Your Majesty, you have the floor.
If I could, then I would go where you are. Stars above my head move fast. The night keeps me going, 'cause I know the sky is spinning the same. The time is rolling by without you. I'm holding on and waiting for change. I'm only lost because I found you. If I could, then I would go where you are. If I could, then I would go where you are. Hmm.
很高的。应该。 Mm. 这很高。很搞笑。地震的时候你捐钱吗？捐20。 wing husband help women's soccer team player to recover the eyes. 我真的是 act on school 在 China， 但是 temporarily I saw sometimes it shows, but it is not always. Yeah, okay, let's write the earthquake. Spun close. What about Monday? Help soccer woman player recover the eyes and calm their mind. Turkish team, the soccer team from Turkey. I'm going. 我也不知道怎么想一下，稍微想一下。有点饿。 不会吧？ 这个。好搞笑。嗯。Left pop. 不知道怎么写，因为这种是 very frontier。哎呀，他们。 差不多行了吧？我觉得。Enjoy your prize 。好了，我觉得可以了，不想写，我觉得可能会来不及。 我觉得是 fake news。Like some pre-marked and so on. Hmm.快上床了。 好搞笑。就这样吧，着抢。稍微改一下吧，那个片子。好了。就像 很搞笑。行。 Yes. 我感觉很紧张嘛，那种紧张的感觉。 Is that they are not concerning this issue of employment is because, but it is because this issue will be solved indirectly by mitigating the increasing the welfare effect of aggregated population in the nationwide sense, so that they could deal with price stability if this comes as an issue. When that's an issue, because of its independent characteristic, independence, CBIs, therefore they are not belong to the extent as agent of as I don't know. They are made. Because they are making independent decision about inflation, independent, free from the consideration of government's control, compared to annual operations. They engage in the real policy issue instead of agent only handling the problematics about purely characteristic of European Central Bank independent and credibility. Conclusively, central bankers execute mandate and manage the policy rate in the institutional level. But there are two characteristics about the meaning of central banks or existence. Therefore, explaining the conservatism is necessary. While independence, this characteristic represents itself in a relative substantial meaning, include this characteristic itself to say independence. That's independent central banks still need, depending on the desirability of central bank, so that this could mean the inflation target decision of central bank should be determined under the rule of conservatism. Then this seems an interesting question. This will is the conservatism, the characteristic within it comes from many opposites, contradicts. Independence, this characteristic itself. Conservatism means inflation targeted by European are to within a framework of European monetary system, what should be a concern of society. Economic situation has mentioned the figure should concern more on tooth gaps, stability, relatively speaking. This should be the first necessary purpose of central banks, so that they are on their side to focus on inflationary stability and also to reducing the inflationary bias, so that this would let them in some extent to secure the economic actuation, so that the European monetary policy will functioning on the reliable economic condition. Constructive economic condition. Importance of credibility resulted in the literature. And does not this does not have specific definitions, but there are two research questions including in these papers for ensure how essential central bank's characteristics as a credible institution, and the second one is to control controlling inflation rates is to control inflation rates, ensuring possibly is uncommon phenomenon, but is the mission for central bank. That whether credibility will have influence on it or not. In context discussed, if the central banks hold on the belief of to be a credible institution, I know lowering social costs and reducing inflation would be achieved. Also, to maintain inflation rate also earns our attention. Post market confidence within economic framework that objectives should be an interesting question to be examined is which institution established related to the direction of to conducting policy, whether it is government first to determine the policy or whether 是我的这个文章的一个 reflection 吗？写的正好都在点子上面，而且 time span is huge。Nearly thinkable, mainly thinkable. That is from everything. The point. This part was especially focused on differences between U.S. Federal Reserve and European function of government in central banks in general. Headquartered Federal Reserve. Which located in Washington, D.C. will take as an example for explanation towards different perspectives between central bank in the United States and in Europe. At 23rd December 1913, as U.S. Federal Reserve established, their main function is to resolve interest conflict between banks and other reserve banks. The Committee of Federal Open Market sets monetary policy and United States Department of the Treasury to which creates money. Other function as to promote full employment and stabilize the price, so as European Central Bank, besides to moderate the long-term interest rate in U.S. economic history should also be the main function. From perspective of prevention, they will minimize from perspective of prevention, they will minimize and contain systematic risk through active monitoring, so that enables the safety and the soundness of individual financial institutions. Comparatively, is the European Central Bank established in the year 1998 and with 27 European Union countries which located in Frankfurt, Germany. Their role is to manage euro as their unionized currency, keep price stability, and conduct European economic and monetary economic policy and monetary policy at the same time to support economic growth and enable the job creation in order to keep the certain path of monetary supply and for some time solve the to control inflation. The essential meaning for them is to handle the interest rate, and this ensures financial stability and well-functioning institute, well-functioning well-functioned institution which handle supervision by national authorities and secure payment systems. 3 instances within central bank are governing council, executive board, and the general council. In detail, which the one could observe that the mission of first instance is to assess economic and monetary policy within Eurozone, enabling, for example, commercial banks can borrow from the European Central Bank at a fixed interest rate. The second instance within European Central Bank is to handle routine in order to let the European Central Bank works frictionlessly. Implementation will also be delegated by the Governing Council. Last instance is General Council, which plays more or less very coordinated role. They are contributing to member countries and help to make cooperation with the European Central Bank. Those differences are on the level between continents. Here will also introduce some perspectives about government and central banks. They are not aligning with each other's purpose to control inflation, especially when they come to policy conduction. The central bank will enact their enforcement act, but the government tended to use political mirror to implement it. So they are holding different attitude towards inflation when it comes to when it comes to an economic issue which need be duly resolved. Side of central bank, they have more conservatively pricely speaking, they have a more inflation averse belief than government. Otherwise, the preferences of the central bank does not take into consideration in solving this problem problematic unless the policymaker have and have the terminated power to determine fiscal and monetary policy. Most important perspective of independency of central bank could be to achieve policy target without government interference. In some extent, independence is as conservativeness that are important indicators for market performance when inflation occurs in the market. Independent central banks are free from other authoritarian institutions, so as government, which belong to one of them, because this creates independent central banks could reduce inflation by the central those certain mechanisms other than independent credit. The credibility of central bank is also in question. Research question when it comes to the problematic of reducing inflationary bias. When the central banks are credible and under which kind of grade? Or the one who confirm this good characteristic. Under which kind of criterion will the one confirm this characteristic of central banks? Despite of difficulties to achieve this identification once the public assume that they are having this characteristic, credibility means reliable institutional information and more transparency of their policy will be improved, and this will also increase their quality of governance. For example, in the model of equivalent price cost, assumption of credibility or in design fixed it rule within policy and it be met. Shocks upon central banks credibility depending on the type of monetary policy regime. If there there are less policy mistakes than ever expected from public or society, then means they are more credible. Result of normal government institutions which causes real effects of inflation actually is the type of discretionary income tax change has kept average personal income tax rate, which remains the same level as in 1950s, ignoring the effect of intervening inflation from central institutions. Time inconsistent preferences of government spending shows discrepancy deficit, although it should not be under the constraint of time consistent constraint is the least common, or for which an economic phenomenon can be more than. Under this framework, the discrepancy should be ignored. The government expenditure plan should align with their surplus and deficit, which reflects the desirable monetary system. Room was active of New York Federal Reserve several years. His mission is to 不会吧？最好是写个全名上去了。Active of the New York Federal Reserve several years. His missions to planning for government and designing intelligence tests for the U.S. Army, although the fulfillment of those government plan fails at the most time, but this is a reason why government should keep to the budgets. One is stable budget, and another one is actual budget. And the suggestion from firstly, Rome should let the principle of tax setting as whether it would balance the government budget at a high level of employment. Principle of tax setting. Hans Christian Sonner in their joint publication about fiscal and monetary policy in national planning, the 35 mentioned therefore from perspective of as well. In the joint publication about this kind of proposing national planning for fillet mentioned before, see mentioned before, see 段了吗？删掉吗？哦，这个是下标题。B 在哪？Never someone never will anyone observe political issue and dualistic perspective, but it has two-sided but it has two-sided separated way to observe it, which does commonly exist in our economic and political environment. This is plus environment will be suggested instead of reinforcement analysis. Falsely wanted to strictly possible in many times creates counterfactual effect. Deflationary purpose could then suffer the unnecessary economic make more circumstances to public. Besides, it could also bring more potential shortcomings of systematic risk in it. One could think of inflation as economic phenomenon not only have negative perspective which brings negative perspective, whether there are still remaining reasons to control inflation. Reasons to control inflation is a serious economic problem relative, but never disappeared. Relatively to unemployment. Speaking to unemployment issue, just influence the effects of inflation as following. First, institutional structure of second, extent of anticipated and unanticipated rate of inflation or inflation as an economic phenomenon. It's pleasant to be seen from the public and from central bank viewpoint. Central bank point view, not. It's uncertain. The structure and the institution of economy adjusts itself with time, real effects and costs of inflation will be expected differently, not varying within European countries when it comes to the meaning of country level. But as probably is same economic circumstances across many time periods, the effects of inflation also differs with each other. It means if the adjustment of economy towards inflation not reasonable, then the economy should maintain the same structure and do not make any change. Even inflation could become questionable for economy, it is necessary to control inflation, specifically saying to control anticipated rate inflation in case the economy into undesirable scenario and could not easily free from those circumstances, despite the characteristic of institutions, whether they are private or public owned. They are all have awareness towards inflation. Because inflation will not cause nothing without consideration of current and future inflation. Because as well, because of the inflation in the next time period reflected from current time point. Dynamic perspective, although could not be an interesting aspect to be discussed, but from one time period could also induce the past and future inflation. Inferieren应该是English infer also infer the past and future inflation. Past inflationary infer the past inflationary history and the future inflation and future holistic inflation terms. From a perspective of laissez-faire policy, the consequences of not to control inflation is lowering economic output and economic output level. Relative change of interest rate would make prediction of rates more difficult as well for control it. Other problematic could be generated as hammering effect when the policymaker do not control inflation in time. This will cause unemployment and more deflationary difficulties. No reason to control could be desirable economic output level. The second one mentioned above. Whether it remains under the pre-recession period could be important question. This means inflation will cause a lower growth rate for the economy. Problematic economic issue as recession is followed not only by lower output ratio but also by lower output growth rate relative to the pre-recession level. If the growth rate improves at this note in downturn, when the growth rate improves period is not in downturn, time delaying effect can be observed in which there could be understood as the gap between output and the projected output on the basis of pre-recession time period, which increases when time passes following recession. Therefore, the growth rate economy has the same importance. Following effect to reflect the deviation in consumption and investment spending, although not certainly means there exists causality between inflation and decreasing government spending. Most essential to be about whether to control or not control. Not to control inflation is that central bank has explicit mandate to settle down some prevented measurement to avoid the economic crisis. For example, grade under cooperation between government and central bank, the potential crisis could in some extent be avoided. But upon business cycle theory, recession is not completely eliminable. So that frequently to change policy for policymaker is essential, although the more independent the central bank is, the inflation has less opportunity to occur. Supply side shocks showing with poor economic performance. Seeing the oil price could be the consequence of recession comparatively. As the economic shock from demand side, despite of international deflations, which still surely still followed by lower output ratio, even lower growth rate in seems to ensure price stability remain the main objective of central bank. Term circular， 这不就是 totally 是term circular stagnation be introduced by Irving. 可以了吧？我觉得，因为当时其实可以理解，因为当时其实也涉及到的就是 application 的一些事情。我现在才想到。 我估计不行。行，就这样。 超强。好了，我觉得可以交枪。替代吗？行。没有这样的意识不行。 就找3篇文章，教授的文章，就找3篇教授的 paper 直接 upload 上面。或者个 Word document。哦。我想办法。Let me think. 我们两个有密不可分的关系。好像有一个 public 说，或者可以，行。虽然你找3个教授，如果他们问起来的话，你也好说一点。上面的burden 你是 confidence blah 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 blah。 Journal of labor market research on all the workers, future political pressure and environmental impact. Okay, what solution? Let's call studies of financial leverage and proactive accident Germany. Effective taxation of top incomes in Germany. And German economic review. Der ökonomische Angleichung我想找一个就是这个控房楼到上2001Arbeitskaria 这个可以，但是这是一篇德语的，很多上海的文化在说。Wie Arbeitsmarktforschung, the consequences of AWG projections on the adequacy of social security in Belgium. Would a legal minimum reduces age 17可以，Micro simulation study for Germany 这个可以。Would employment demand 或是就也可以的。这个也第Let me think.这个应该不行，或者你就直接写没有就好。行。啥意思？ 这个不会吧？这个是不是可以等一下？我不知道。 哦，全部写成退休的。嗯，很搞笑。应该写给 Buster 就是。唉，对，唉。Plan to. One mistake. Right. 还有 academic practice 我咋办啊？查一个，这玩意儿。 我应该写 Here Best 教授，因为 can't find。不会只有3个吗？可以搜3D 秒，我的天！Must complete all sections on event time and completed once check the finalized obligation to update and edit any section of all required field or give minutes 1 or more items. Well, one. If you have chosen not to complete with the 要不然就是 exclude 的教授 exclude 填成 here best， 或者是 ignore 这些，就像至少可以 contact at least one word optional information you have chosen not to complete. We can send this already to submit check. 稍微等。还可以，因为那个英语不是 necessary 的，是其他的一些 criteria。那个文章是不是可以再改一下后面的？然后就是。 算了，反正已经发了，发都发了。嗯。嗯。嗯。嗯。行。这个再分可以。稍微等一下，先去上厕所，然后再来。 Mm. Okay, guys, now the time is 21 o'clock 2. As you guys can see, we are currently free for 1/2 hour. So actually, I can intended to go to supermarket. Now it's almost outside. It's very dark. So I got 3 coins and 1 or 2 English tests to be confirmed by the official institute. That's the 2 major hindrance, I would say, because even I am currently not fulfill the information on the website, still I think that is somehow the big issue for everyone else. Because in 2019, I guess I was do not know the reason, and I sits in the bank, and of the bank the graffiti was official, so I am not knowing what's the meaning behind official, and actually it means the official institute will be confirmed as to test whether it will be confirmed or fulfilled information. And I absolutely think that is somehow can be fulfilled, and another one is waiting for next year June, and the one can be confirmed with a very low score. So the other 3 letters, that is not possible because with 3 coins, actually I got always connected with 6 to 7, my favorite professors. But we don't have private connection with each other, and that's absolutely not need to. The reason is it's very confused. It's very complicated to explain. So I almost write the professor, but why I don't write the tiki professor? I think the draw is the hindrance, which in the backstage makes some bad deal and so on. That's why suddenly I cannot remember to, oh yeah, tiki professor. He will certainly reply the request. But other professor, I am not sure. And why? Because he is very nice and towards students, and otherwise, okay, cool. Now let's see how long we opened the study live stream today, and very much things to say, but it's almost 8 hours. I hardly imagine this kind of situation, which absolutely a long procedure, but we somehow suffered through, and I absolutely do not favorable to see that 3 coins but it doesn't matter. I heard just now, it's not determined actually. And otherwise, the English is also not determining factor, I guess, because everyone can have the time to have that examination. That is not difficult. I should actually also uploaded the additional aim for the German language skill, but I don't think it is needed. So yeah, absolutely a wonderful stressful study session, and we're gonna close the study live stream for some reason. So see you guys then. Bye.